Good afternoon. Good afternoon, YouTube. I am Bagadon at Stock Market Caddy, and today is Sunday, July 10th, and the markets are underway. The futures markets open on Sunday night at about 6 o'clock, just about all of them. And the reason why we trade futures is that they virtually are open around the clock all week, just about, closed for about an hour or two each day, not even. Highly liquid, meaning the difference between the bid and the ask is very, very small, like 1 or 2 ticks, particularly during normal session hours. And it provides us a great opportunity to trade what we call robotically. And that's what we're doing. This particular tool that you're looking at is the SMC Swing Machine Plus. This is central to everything that we do. It is not a red light, green light system. I don't want to give anybody that impression, but it is a tool. It is a decision-making tool that helps us stay at minimum on the right side of the market. Now, this can be done with any market. It can be done with stocks and therefore options, and you can choose intervals and what have you. But it is just one tool of more than 70. Now we're up to almost 70 proprietary indicators, strategies, show me studies, paint bars, and these things called radar. These radars are unique and only available at TradeStation. Now, we have no affiliation with TradeStation other than being a very, very happy customer. We're very demanding. I spent my career in surgery with surgeons, and the TradeStation platform is a surgical tool. It's really just mind-blowing what it's capable of doing in so many different respects. But just to show you, again, this is radar. Swing Machine Plus, the way it's configured is this. You have the symbol here. So this is the S&P futures contract trading on and we have it set up 135. Now, as a member, you might set it up differently, but this is our scalping configuration. And as you come across, as an example, we're not suggesting that you trade this. You're on delay, by the way. You might want to put this on YouTube high definition, but this is the signal. So it went short 22 1-minute segments ago, and that was at 6:01. So it's now 6:20, just 22 minutes ago, 20 minutes ago. That position is up $200. It went short at that price at that time, and that was tonight, and the 1-minute trend is down. This is a trade counter. We leave it here. These homes can be hidden. So if you need to save space, we have it only counting the number of trades from 4 a.m. on. And then this tells us where we are between panic and euphoria in the center. And this is a wonderful tool, can be traded in and of itself. In fact, there are many aspects of Swing Machine Plus that can be traded. So we just don't have enough time here tonight to describe to you, how you would go about trading this. But it takes a few days for us to acclimate you during what we call the Q school. And then it really takes maybe a few weeks to get really settled in, and then hopefully become, just really comfortable. Now, we will also use Swing Machine Plus in conjunction with charts. We use primarily price charts, point and figure, line break, Brinkos, you name it, with strategies also firing. This can be automated, right? This can be, and you can run the automation completely automated on its own, where the trade would have gone in precisely at 6:01 and you'd be up $300. Or you can run it what we call semi-automated, where it's just alerting you and you can accept the trade or not. Just like a pilot, though, right? Just because you have autopilot doesn't mean that you can get into the plane. Not that I'm going to get in there beside you and, take it up for a spin. Probably not a good idea. So one still needs to have good acquired trading skill, right? And or it's just like, if you go to Lowe's, they sell these things called the skill saw, right? Just because they can sell you a skill saw, and just because you can go in and buy it, just because I can go in and buy it, doesn't mean I can replace the vertices. Is vertices the right word? On my eave. I had an eave where the vertices got a little rotted. I thought, oh, how easy, how difficult can that be? I'm going to cut it, and I'm going to get a skill saw and I'm going to make a cut. And well, I had enough wood to, I had enough kindling to burn in the backyard. It wasn't that easy making those vertices, right? So a carpenter would have laughed his fanny off at watching me, and so frustrating trying to a miter cut, 40, well, they weren't exactly 45 degrees, it wouldn't have mattered, and match these two cuts. So I digress a little bit. So like anything in the hands of someone who has good acquired skill, they can make it look easy. Swing machine does make it look easy, but you do need to learn, right? And it takes time, takes patience, discipline. And but we're going to give you a chance to watch. And if you have any questions, I'm doing some other work and getting some things out to our members. You can use this little chat function. And now annual members have this view on their desktop, right? They have the actual file. And all our annual members have TradeStation. They may have other accounts too, which is fine. You can, be diversified. We do too. But they have it, but they can also patch into our Zoom room, and they can configure this any way they like. All right. So I hope you had a great weekend. Markets have opened down a little bit. We look at the 5-minute interval. The 5-minute interval on the ES went short at 425 on Friday afternoon. That's up 700. This was the 5-minute went short here at 610. And so we're fully underway. Enjoy. And I will say this, we'll put a title across the top. You're welcome to visit stockmarketcaddy.com. You're also welcome to call us anytime. My phone number is 813-758-8263. If it's between 9 and 9 in the morning and 9 at night, I'll answer generally on weekends, unless I'm predisposed on something, but you're welcome to call. I'm sometimes asked, okay, well, what's your performance and what's the win rate and what's that? We're happy to discuss the specifics of some of that, but please understand, I'm not soliciting your money to manage. No, nope, not doing that. I don't even know how they do it, because it's a lot of work, and it just isn't it isn't something we do, right? So we're not managing anyone's money, nor am I making any claims whatsoever that if you join Stock Market Caddy, that you're gonna automatically stop making money. Nope, we're not doing that either. What we are saying is that we think that we can save you time. We think we can save you some money, and we think we can provide you some tools, though, that will fit in and help you to cultivate and to really develop your own acquired trading skill. And do we have members that have blown me away? Yeah, we have. No question about it. No question. And to that extent, it's not a zero-sum game, right? Their success does not hurt me at all. So why not? It's a beautiful thing. And so we learn from each other. And so you're more than welcome to visit Stock Market Caddy, the website, and you're also welcome to give us a shout. And these are our tools. Have fun. By the way, if you can help us with social media, we don't advertise, right? So we do this because it's fun. We will do it. We will do it sporadically during the week. We'll come on YouTube and do a live session. A lot of times it's at night, in the wee hours of the morning. But if we start seeing more participation on YouTube, the push of the like buttons and the subscribe buttons, that helps us with the rotation, I suppose, at YouTube. But if you can help us, encouraging other people to maybe, hey, stop in and check it out, we might be more apt to, to bring it up. So I just want you to know that. But and if you push the notification button on YouTube, when we do come up with something, you will get notified. And we're doing it again from an educational standpoint. We're not trying to say come in. I think you will learn. Everyone will learn very, very quickly that it isn't enough to make a single successful trade, or even 5 of them, or even 10 of them. Even if they're all in a row, it's not enough. It just isn't enough. And when you realize that it isn't enough to get done what you want to get done, and that is to be trading as a business, it's at that point that, that I like to say, in the way that we saw it is that because we started out as well, it's like, oh, isn't that great? Oh, I made $500, or maybe I made 5,000, or maybe whatever, the one big trade or single trade, but it wasn't enough. I'm going to have to do that again and again and again and again if I'm going to be trading as a business for myself, right? Trading as a business for myself. So if you're going to be trading as a business for yourself, your trading will mature, or your perspective will mature to the point where you've got to do one of two things. You've got or three things. One, give your money to somebody else and just hope for the best. Good luck with that. I hope you got someone good. It won't be us. 2, you hodl. Hold on for dear life. YOLO, you only live once, and put it all in. Good luck with that, right? That's what the Bitcoiners have been doing. And before the Bitcoiners, it was America Online. And before that, it was this, in the 1920s and 30s, it was the railroad companies and the radio companies and the electric cars. It's always something. And yes, there will be people that hodl onto something and, hit fantastic riches. But for the most part, it isn't going to work. And in that hodling business is where Madison Avenue and Wall Street come together. If they can get, and that's what's so maddening for the young people today, to me, who are doing the Bitcoin thing, because you're playing right into the hand. Send them your bread and hodl it, and they will skin you alive. But and that's what they've done. So the AMC. So that's nothing new. So what's the other option? Trade. Learn to trade. But just because someone can push a button and buy and sell does not mean that you are a professional trader. And I say professional at the standpoint that you're doing it for yourself and really making an impact on your life. I don't know of any other options. But that's what we're about, and we're trying to help those people just like us, just normal folks that said, hey, enough. I'm not going to hodl. I'm not going to play that game. I'm not going to give it to some, so-called professional money manager. I'm not going to do that program. Been there, done that. Know what that's about. It was fine, but not so fine. And we're going to make our own decisions, and we're going to use our own tools, and we're going to get really good, and we're going to go in and we're going to come out. When you are doing this, there are so many decisions that you can still take advantage of. You'll learn that, and I didn't really expect to go here, but we cannot control the market. The market is going to do what the market's going to do. Just like can't control the golf course, can't control the waves of the ocean, can't control. It's dynamic. It's going to do what it's going to do. Yet people strap on golf clubs maneuver around the golf course and do, have a really good time and do a really good job. Other people strap themselves into these things called boats and go out there and catch tuna and catch crab, and some do it leisurely and they maneuver around. Other people strap themselves into, God forbid, into airplanes and fly around. Not for me. So can you come into the markets and maneuver? Yes. Yes, you can, but you need to learn from somebody somehow, and then begin to develop your own approach. The things that you can control, though, you can control what markets you trade. You can control the leverage. You can control the interval. You can control so much. You can control what you're trading, options, futures. None is easier than the other either, right? You can trade individual stocks, long and short. You can trade options, long and short. You can trade futures. Now, it's the same, but the approach is the same, but they have different advantages, and it depends upon what you're trying to do and what you're trying to accomplish. We are diversified in our approach. We don't get diversified in terms of markets. We're not trying to do that. We're trying to be diversified in what it is we trade and extracting this stuff called cash flow. Cash flow. And if you've read the book or heard of the book, Rich Man, Poor Dad, before he's got a company, before Rich Man, Poor Dad became Rich Man, Poor Dad, his name of his company was called Cash Flow. Cash Flow. And that gentleman made a fortune in real estate. And he's fascinating to listen to. If you haven't listened to him, I can't say that I'm a huge student of his. I'm not at all, actually. I haven't even read the book, but I listened to his wife get interviewed. And he explained it to her, and he said, honey, when you can develop a skill, I don't care what it is, whatever that skill is, whether it be buying and selling of real estate, whatever it is, and you can generate more cash on a monthly basis than what you need, then you are rich, right? Cash flow. So we're not chasing a number. Not doing that either, right? Not chasing a number. We're trading as a business to create cash flow and to bring with it the independence that brings and everything else. So I hope it makes sense. But if you do research him a little bit, I think he still has that name trademarked. And actually, him and his wife actually sold a game called Cash Flow, but that's what he was trying to teach. And if you've run any kind of a business of any kind, you've got to be able to generate cash flow. So trading is a business for us. Trading our own bread is a business, and it can be fun and all that, but it's a business, and we got to come in each and every day. Now, it may not be a positive cash flow every day. We certainly try, but it's very measured. It's very structured, very mechanical, very robotic. Have fun. Hi, everyone. Thanks for stopping by. Hello from Brazil. Well, Mr. Gomes, how are you? And then another gentleman, Kay, asking, how does the program account for the CHOP and the Globex taking place right now? Well, um, again, this is not, Swing Machine is not a red light, green light system, right? It isn't, right? So please understand that. We're not presenting this as such. And but one cannot control chop. Chop is, markets are either going up on any interval, any time frame. They're either going up, they're going down, or they're going sideways. Most of the time, they're going sideways. But so we do have other tools, but there is a technique for trading Swing Machine, and we are trying to use this tool as well as our other tools and the trust that we have with it to get into a trend, a significant trend. But understand, this is a Sunday night, and just because the markets are open and moving about, you are going to be, the markets are going to be thin. They're going to be just that. So you're going to be more susceptible to a chop. Our programs really start trading at about 3 in the morning, 4 o'clock in the morning. And we have automated systems that are trading from 3 or 4 in the morning till about noon, and during the normal session hours. But this particular little trade, if we just focus in on the ES contract, the ES, the 1 minute, 6 minutes ago, yes, it did signal along, but our members who have been taught, right, we teach, probably more valuable than any of our any one system is the education that, in fact, it is more valuable, is the education that goes with this. But they wouldn't take that trade. They wouldn't take it. Why? Because what they're doing, I'll just kind of bring your attention to a couple of things here. Bear with me. Yeah. All right. So this one here, for instance, 7 minutes ago, it goes long, and it went long at that price and at that time. But in the beginning, we teach our members to waive that trade off, not to take it. Why? Because the 5 minute trade, the 5 minute interval, is not in a long position. This is a short position. The rip, it's ripping against the short, but it's still short. So technically, this is a counter trade. And they're trying to always go in the direction, at least in the beginning, of the dominant trend. In this case, the 5 minute is the dominant trend. So there is a technique to trading this. We do have members that can trade right from here. The machine can trade right from here. And then many of our members will be using other systems in conjunction with Swing Machine and using this as a tool to help them manage the trade, right? I can't begin to give you full and complete in-service on this, but it takes a few days actually to do that, which is part of our Q school, and then it takes really a few weeks to get acclimated. But it is not a red light, green light, and it is not using moving averages. And also too, it does not, we draw a distinction between discretionary trading, mechanical trading, robotic trading, and robotic hedging. 4 different and distinct evolution of a trader. One must have acquired trading skill to trade robotically. Okay, so I want you to think about that. One must have acquired trading skill to trade robotically. Give you a, for instance, Intuitive Surgical, an American company. They have a surgical robot, right? I've actually sat in the seat of that surgical robot, not with a patient, but in an inanimate lab. But on a patient, just because I could sit in the seat of that robot doesn't mean I could do surgery. You would need to be a surgeon to operate that robot. So these robots, these are not like, the Roomba. You just plug them into the wall and let them run around and vacuum up, your carpet. These things are not going to just automatically vacuum up money. You're not going to be able, you are not going to be able to jump the shark in terms of just getting a robot to trade and make up for not having any trading skill. And I emphasize that because if you are looking for that, you are going to be disappointed for the rest of your life. It doesn't exist. It does not exist. I've been doing this a long, long time, not 6 months, not 6 years. I've been involved in the market since 1981. I taught surgeons. I spent primarily my time in surgery. And we've been doing this, though, for now more than about 20 years. Now, are there times when the robots will trade for a few hours, maybe a few days, maybe a few weeks? Yes. But you better have, or that person better have good acquired trading skill, because you're going to have to monitor and manage these robots to trade. So I hope that makes sense. But if you got any questions, so I'm not in any way presenting this and saying, okay, well, if you did that and that's how much. I mean, yeah, in 11 minutes, that's what you would have done. But that's not what's important. If you haven't heard us say earlier, um, anybody can have a winning trade. Anybody can have a winning day. Anybody can have a winning week or two. Very, very few can do it day in and day out, week in, week out, month in, month out, year after year. Very, very few. So I hope that answers your question. um, so this is just a window to give you a view of just one of the tools that we use. But welcome. When we have folks all over the world, actually, too. Now it's really amazing. So. I do know that we have folks that, are out there looking. And I think sometimes, when they hear robot or robotic trading, that they just think that, okay, I'm going to buy this robot and it's going to print me money. Again, that just doesn't exist. And that's why none of our programs are for sale. The way we structure it is that a person gets everything that we have on their desktop, everything we have, all of the robots, all of them. And we got quite a few. But more important is the education. You have to go through the Q school to get the education. It's actually an interim step. It's a chance for you to vet us and vet the tools. It's also a chance for us to vet you. We don't accept everybody either. And, so for the person that we say is a mature trader, has already been through, but for the person that, is looking to, throw on a trade and, I made a bunch of money or whatever, that's fine, but that's not us, right? We're doing this day in and day out. Yes, market's definitely thin and definitely choppy. Again, we're not showing this to prove anything by any means. We're not. Just to show you what's possible and an approach, and maybe just open one's eyes to a different way of trading. When it comes to chop, that's a part of the trading business. Again, up, down, sideways. There's wide chop, there's narrow chop. Chop is part of it. You can't avoid it. And but one of the big reasons why we trade mechanically and robotically is that we're not emotionally attached. We're not trading greed and fear, fear and greed. And so the machine is going to help us, and everyone's focused maybe on the entry, and this is giving us the entry information and monitoring, and this is the money, yes, but there's a lot going on over here and over here that can help just from here help a person manage their profits. And of course this all can be and is can be machined, but and then it can also be matched with a proper and a comfortable charting approach. And I say approach because there's different ways. We have some folks that match this with point and figure, again, Renko, classic Renko, custom Renko, things of that sort. If you have any questions, don't hesitate. And it's 8 p.m. on a Sunday night, and it is pretty whippy and pretty choppy right now. Again, if anybody has any questions on what it is you're seeing, we're leaving everybody alone, but don't hesitate to use the little chat function. Again, we're not presenting Swing Machine as a red light, green light, automatic, money printer. It isn't. It's a trading tool, pretty sophisticated tool, and it can really help one stay on the right side of the market. At minimum, can help get you in, help get you out, help you stay out, help you stay in. That sort of thing. When we look at what it's done here, let's just go to the 5-minute interval. The 5-minute interval on the ES market went short on the 8th, which was Friday at 425. That position is still short. Here it is, at 8 p.m. on Sunday. The NQ on the 5-minute went short at 6:10 tonight. 6:10, 10 minutes past 6, and it's still short. It's up 445. The YM 205. I'm sorry. Yeah, that's what it's up. But it was at 4 p.m. on Friday. And the Russell 8 p.m. That let's see, is that yeah, that was actually let's look here. Yep, that's actually just now. That's just tonight on the 5-minute. And this one, gold was at 750. Oil is confirming long as we speak, right here, right now. And these intervals, this is what has to be either taught and or, well, we teach, but it has to be learned, right? You have to learn how to trade these various markets and to learn to trade intervals, right? If so we can't get into great detail on that here tonight, but there is a skill to it. There most definitely is. I should show you. Don't think he would mind. Let me see if I can pull up here. The most recent gentleman who went through our Q school, we have a scorecard. We keep everybody's scorecards, and let me see if I can. I'll look for it and try to pull it up and put it into view. But he did very, very well. Very well. Everybody has the same, and you should have the same question, concern, skepticism, and that would be what mine would be. Are these tools really going to help me? Is this guy for real? Is this going to be any help? What we do, if you think about the way we structure this, is the programs are not for sale. They can only be leased, and you can't go in and sign up for a year and just lease them. I won't let you do it. Nope, not going to do it. You need to go through the Q school, and the Q school is for 3 weeks, 3+ weeks. There's a whole set of on-demand video. You get to spend an hour or two. Usually it's an hour or two. You don't want to spend more than that with me, but every day, and or work around your schedule. If your schedule is such that you can't do it. And we want to make sure that we impart what we need to impart to you during that time. How many other people are going to do that? And we want you to understand the tools. At the end of that trading, that 3 weeks, we're going to have you trading, and you're going to know. You're going to answer, that question about, are these tools helpful? And then it's from there, at that point, you make a decision as to whether or not you want to become an annual member and have all these tools at your disposal. And if you do decide to go with us, we actually credit you back $1,000 on the Q school. And but it rests with each person. It rests with, and we don't, now we do generate, some awareness videos of what we're doing, but we don't, and if anyone doesn't want those, you just tell us to don't send them to us. But we don't spam anybody, and I don't call. We get phone calls, people inquire. I don't call back. Um, yeah, yeah, Tina, I see that. Yeah. I won't say anything one way or the other on that, but I hear you. Thank you. I appreciate it. It's in our um how do we put this? I think about it. I think obviously I think about this a lot. I I think about it in other forms, not just trading, right? I talk about other things in life than trading. I just think that trading as a business is kind of a microcosm of other careers and other endeavors. I just do. It isn't that unique. It's pretty intense. It's very rewarding. It's very liberating. It's very empowering. It really, really is. But I think a person needs to have, because I'm asked sometimes, what do you need? I think you need to have a passion. I know Tina has a passion because every time we do one of these, she's there. It could be Sunday night, could be a Wednesday at 10. So hopefully one of these days Tina's going to sign up, but that's okay. There's no cost. So, but she's always there, always there. And I'm a firm believer in that, people do what they want to do and they don't do what they don't want to do. And I'm also a firm, and we don't really advertise. We do these spot views to create awareness, but we don't really advertise. I don't pay for any advertisements. And we just figure that the folks that are most interested are going to find us. And when they do find us, they're going to see and they're going to hear things that they have not heard or seen before. And they'll know, especially those that have been around the trading environment for a period of time. They'll know. They'll know. They'll know. Hey, wait a minute. This is a little bit different or a lot different. When it comes to learning anything, I've had to think about this, right? And I used to, in my earlier career, I taught other young people to go into surgery and so forth. And but there are the four stages of learning. There's four stages. And the first stage is becoming aware of something that you don't know. And you need to have a passion about, whatever it is. And then you become aware of something you don't know. Someone else is doing something. If you don't have a passion about something, then you'll never become aware of what it is you don't know because you just don't care. And that's not a bad thing. I mean, there's tons of stuff in life that I have absolutely zero interest in. And I'm sure people are doing it like really, really successfully. And I see them sometimes, like in the arts and stuff. Man, I can't sing, I can't dance. I mean, I can't. I'm thinking like, man, they like really, really good. But man, that ain't me. and I'm not the least bit interested in learning. And but so everything starts with first that passion, and then becoming aware that, hey, this person is doing something that I haven't seen before. So become aware of what it is you don't know. And then that's where the maturity comes in. Now, some, maybe many, come through and say, he's scamming me. It's a scam. It's this, it's that, and away they go. And that's fine. That if that happens, that's good. That's good for them. That's good for us. I mean, I don't like, anyone, I don't want to be slandered or anything, but any means, but if they move on, that's great. I mean, it's fine. We don't want that. But if it's something that, that someone's doing something and, it's something I want to do, I'm passionate about, like, and I use this example all the time, fly fishing, then I find somebody who knows how to do fly fishing. And that's what I did. I went to the Bass Pro Shop and went in the guy in the shop and said, hey, yeah, I'd like to learn how to do that. It's something I want to do. I really, really want to do it, but I don't know what the hell I'm doing. And he's like, okay, well, if you come with me and you come here every few weekends, and he became a mentor. He taught me how, and I learned. So what we are at Stock Market Caddy is not presenting Swing Machine Plus as, your ticket to, to independence. It might be, but I'm not presenting it as such. It might be something else, might be another one of our tools. We got other tools for trading options. And but the person needs to say, I think I want to learn. And you may not even know yet if you want to be, and that's fine. The last gentleman that went through the Q school, he asked me a question that hadn't been asked, but I understood what it was. And it was a very good question. He said, Don, if I go through that Q school, is the information I learned transferable? I said, yes, absolutely it is. Absolutely it is. Now, embedded in that question was, you know what, Don, I'm going to go through that Q school and I'm going to learn what I can. But you know what? I might take that knowledge and just move on. Okay. It's all right. It's totally okay. And that's what I told him. And I'm telling you all now, I'm totally okay with that. And in the information, he could have. Now this particular gentleman did at the end though, when it was all said and done, say, you know what, Don, I am going to sign up for the annual. I do want these programs. And I was like, we're glad to have him. And we're going to learn a lot from him. And I think he's going to do very well. He did very well during the Q school and very disciplined and very patient, and he will. But I think he saw what most people as you go through and say, well, geez, I might be able to save some time. The whole idea of getting to a mentorship, right? When you want to maximize your time, I want to maximize my time. I'm going to go to somebody who can teach me how to do that. That's what we're doing. And with that comes some additional perks, programs, indicators. And then also our members have all this on their desktop, and then they can patch into a live Zoom all the time. We're readily available. Now, we're not hand holding, we're not handing out the fish and doing that sort of thing, but because they have everything, they got to take responsibility for their own game, but they know where to reach us, if they're, having an issue with the program or whatever it is. So we're there, and we've been growing steadily. Now we're growing. Right now we're growing at about a 35% clip, which is a little fast. We have a limited number of licenses that we issue every year. We don't want to grow because we're traders too, right? And it does take time to do Stock Market Caddy, and we want to do a good job, and but we need to get done and what we need to do. And so we try to have very controlled, steady growth, but we have a limited number of licenses that we'll issue every year. And we don't accept everybody. So I always talk with everybody before the Q school. So we would want to talk with a person live, and the person presumably is going to have questions for us, but we also have questions for them. And if we think that that it's just not a good fit, we'll say so, right? And I'm not going to get into what that would be, but we've had some instances, and I think it's just best all the way around. We don't want to waste your time. We don't want to waste our own. And it doesn't necessarily revolve around previous trading experience. It doesn't. We have had a number of folks with no trading experience. In fact, one of our biggest successes, or he's been, we'll take a little bit of credit, just a little, but But he hugely successful, and he had no trading experience, none. And so it is doable. It is very doable. It is very possible. Um, so when you as you're learning something, you start out with like a passion. You say, geez, I want to do that. And then you start out with like, wow, I see there's somebody else doing whatever it is. Oh, I see what he's doing. I want to do that. So then you get a mentor, and then you learn, and then you become consciously competent in it, right? Like in the beginning, we get all these folks that call themselves traders, but they're actually unconsciously incompetent. I mean that in a nice way. They just have no idea what the hell they're doing, and they're just buying and selling and buying and selling, selling and buying. They're flying all over the place. And they will do whatever they do, and most of them won't be here. But then that second stage where they become aware, they become consciously incompetent. They're like, oh shit, this dude's doing something that I don't, that I don't know, that I don't have, or I don't know. And they become aware. And that's an interesting stage, because sometimes now that's a challenge, because then sometimes people will say, well, then they'll come up with excuses not to want to go any further. Hell with that. But then the person says, hey, I want to become, I want to mentor. I want to learn. I want to know what you know, Don. And, we structure it the way that we do. And our job for those 3-4 weeks, and then hopefully, throughout the year with the tools, is that we can help you save some time and become what we call consciously competent. Just a really good, consciously competent trader. But you may have to think about what it is you're doing. You may have to become, a little bit more aware, and you got to work at it. Ultimately, though, getting to that last stage is when you become unconsciously competent. You're doing things that you're not even thinking about it. But that last stage is up to the individual. We can't get them there. They have to get themselves there. And it takes time, takes practice, takes effort. But when they get there, that is, that's the nirvana, because they're not even thinking about what it is they're doing. It's like brushing their teeth. It's like getting in the car and going to Lowe's and coming back. You don't even think about what it is you did. You just do it instinctually. You're watching, if you're coming by and you're watching Swing Machine for the first time, you'll be trying to figure things out. It doesn't use moving averages. It doesn't. They wouldn't work in this fashion. They just wouldn't. And it's a very conscious effort. But we have obviously been watching this for thousands of hours, and our members have too, and they just become just almost in one with it. Now they may change the intervals and change the markets and blend it with different things, but the 4 stages of learning, so that's but most people don't bother. I'm not talking about trading, right? And it can be trading, right? They just don't even want to be bothered. I just it's more comfortable. It's more comfortable to believe the lies on Wall Street and coming from CNBC. What do I mean? Well, you can't time the markets. Nobody can time the markets. Okay. So you don't even try. These are the same people that lie to you about everything else. Lie to you about everything. Why the hell wouldn't you want to try? I'm not with, doesn't even have to be with me. Be with somebody else, be on your own. But why the hell why would you ever listen to any of those? And I say that so contemptuously. The question that I used to ask myself in the early 2000s is, if we're only supposed to buy, who the hell's doing all the selling every damn day? If you're only supposed to buy, Who's selling? Maybe I need to be doing more selling. So that was my kind of epiphany. It's like, wait a minute. Why is my assets? Why do I always have to buy Mr. Broker and buy and hodl and hold on for dear life? I mean, that's not new. That buy and hold, you can't time the market. Nobody can time the market. If you had missed the 12 best days in the past 10 years, you wouldn't have been able to do that. And yada, 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 yada. It is such self-serving bullshit. But does that mean, you mean to tell me, Don, that the media would lie to me about the fake news? Financial media are the originators of fake news. It's Wall Street and Madison Avenue. It's one in the same in the one. They are the originators of fakeness. It's garbage. I love the other one too, and I won't go on because I can, but I love the guy who shows up, and you could have this down in Brazil, right? You'll be watching one of those financial media networks, and they'll be selling soap in between, and they say we're coming back, and we got Joe Bag of Donuts, and he's going to give us a view on where the S&P is going to be, or where gold's going to be, or copper, or God knows Tesla, or whatever it is, Petrobras. And the guy comes out and says, the S&P 500 of the United States is going to be at 5,200 at the end of the year. And it's going to do that because of this, because of this, because of that. And he just makes up a whole bunch of shit. And, you feel good about it. It's always higher, right? It's always higher than it is because that makes you feel good about it. And then he says at the very tail end, of course, I can't tell you where the market's going to be tomorrow. I mean, nobody can time the market like that. I'm not a short-term trader. I'm an investor, but I can tell you, but in a year from now, it's going to be at 5,200. Oh, okay. Now let's just think about that. Let's be intellectually honest here. Is it harder or easier to say where the market is going to be tomorrow or in 6 months or a year? If it is easier to say where the S&P is going to be in a year, then why do options cost so much more for more time? You buy an option for tomorrow, it's a lot less money than it's an option for 3 weeks from now or a year from now. So the very banksters, they charge you a hell of a lot more for more time. Infinitely more difficult to know further out. And the truth of the matter is, nobody can tell you where the market's going to be 1 minute from now, 5 minutes from now, 5 weeks from now, 5 years from now. Nobody. What Swing Machine does, and you might be saying, well, wait a minute, what's this Swing Machine? What Swing Machine is doing, it's tracking it. It's tracking it in the here, in the now, right here, right now. It's tracking it real time. Well, you're not on real time, on YouTube. And we can make decisions to manage our money, manage our portfolio from here. Now, if we want to take off a bigger bite, but that is, the essence of becoming a trader. And you are going to have losing trades. You're going to have losing trades. And you can actually make money if you lose 7 out of 10 of those trades. You don't have to win 90% of the time. But if you can have machinery to help with your discipline, you have, profits that are running more than your losses, then you can make money over time. And we can use machinery now to do that in a bigger way. Now, of course, years ago you didn't do it, and it called for, an understanding and be very, very disciplined, and you have to understand it. But most people that come in, they don't want to work at it. They just want to, they just want to get their tackle box. They want to buy a fly rod. They want to, go to the river, and they want to splash around, and they want to, run around and drop things and splash and make noise and throw flies around or whatever. And then throw their rod in the river. And crap, there's no fish in that river. What a bunch of crap. I'm being facetious, right? You know, um, there's a lot of that. There's a lot of that. Did you see the viral video going around tonight? By the way, it's funny as hell. Some guy must have gone out, with a stimmy check and bought a big motorhome, and not a motorhome, a trailer, long trailer. Thing must have been like 30 feet. He's got his, this big Suburban that he's pulling it, and he decides to go through a drive-up window. And he's trying to make a 90-degree turn to Burger King. Doesn't quite work out, and he gets hung up. And he takes off a portion of the roof. Then he backs up, and then he gets so pissed off, and he starts hitting the gas, and it's smoke, and he just drives. He just about takes the building down, destroys his trailer, probably destroyed the truck. Just because you can buy a long trailer, you have the money to buy it. Just because you can buy a Suburban and you can hook it up, doesn't mean that you're a camper, a professional camper. And there's probably a lot of it. There's a lot of people, and that you have the patience and the discipline to do it. Guy probably shouldn't be doing that. You imagine his family in the thing? Couldn't see in there. But so, the point is, but the bar to admission to the trading game is very, very low. More difficult to go buy a trailer, go buy the Suburban. Costs you a hell of a lot more. And you probably got to get some licenses and everything else. But to be a trader, a so-called trader, I just open up a Robinhood account. Oh, is Robinhood still around, by the way? Are those people still around? Remember all that nonsense? Remember all that nonsense, people? I remember there was one scene. It was a YouTube video, and this lady was in a canoe, and she's paddling around. I thought maybe it was Lake Santitla. Ever heard of Lake Santitla? It's a beautiful lake up in northern, in what is western North Carolina. It's gorgeous up there. We've stayed up there a number of times, and it looked like she was paddling around. And in the video, she's talking to like her 10-year-old son, and she's paddling around, and they're looking at some of the beautiful summer homes. And she says to her son in the video, and it was a tweet in support of AMC, when AMC was trading like at $80 a share. And she was like, we're going to own one of those homes one day because I put our entire retirement money into AMC stock. And I'm thinking, are you shitting me? That was like back in September. By the way, go back and look on our YouTube. We got a YouTube video that we did. I think it was at $50 a share back in September on YouTube. It was a free one. I think I even sent it to her. We took a whole lot of abuse, but and I think about her occasionally. I mean, the thing went to, where's AMC gone to crap? And the thing of it is, what she was doing was, and what most of them do, is she was also trading, or not trading, she was just investing on greed and fear, right? If you are investing or trading based on the money, you're going to lose. You're going to lose. Because if you equate your investment or your trade with the money, that money is going to empower me to go buy a motorhome, or go buy a summer home, or we're going to go out to dinner, or we're going to go do this, or we're going to go do that. And it's always a reward. Then you are trading and you are investing on greed. That's greed. right? And greed is okay. I'm not going to give you the gecko thing that greed is good. Greed is okay, but it isn't in this. Greed is not good when it comes to investing or in trading. Now, that may sound like heresy, but it isn't. Because if you do, you're trading on emotion. And it will retard your ability to make decisions to cut your losses. You'll stay in it because you don't want to give up on your dream. You don't want to give up on that greed. You don't want to give up on that summer home. If I sell this, I got to tell my son we're not going to buy that summer home, right? Shouldn't do that. And it's amazing to me how many people have been trading for years and they don't even know how to keep score. And they subconsciously, they're tracking it and doing it purely on the money, and they're trading greed and fear, and it's all emotion. So, any case, I digressed a little bit. It's 8:41, and the markets are still, still turning down and a little soft here. If you got any other questions, feel free. But there are only, I'll leave everyone with this. There are only 4 ways to trade. 4 ways: trend follow long, trend follow short, counter trend long, counter trend short. That's it. There's only 4. You need to know exactly what type of trade you're putting on for the interval that you're putting on, even if you may not be using time charts. If you can't do that, you can't manage the trade and you can't manage your investment. Cannot do it. Beyond that, there's 4 styles of trading. There's four ways to trade, but there are styles: discretionary, mechanical, robotic, and robotic hedging. And you can't, it's a progression. You must be a good discretionary trader to get to the other end. You can't really jump the shark. We're probably going to leave this view up probably until about 11 o'clock, thereabouts, 11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. But if you've got any questions, feel free. We'll see what they do tonight. Enjoy. Okay, so we take a look. The 5 minutes are still in play here. In the last 10 minutes, the 1 minute goes short in the direction of the five. That's 212. The 8 minute NQ goes in the direction of the five. That's $95. 11 minutes ago, 155 in the direction of the five. 11 minutes ago, 140. Gold turning down here against the or with the five, and then oil, the big one here, in 11 minutes. 11 minutes ago, and the 5 minute is turning down. Oil is turning down again, and turning down the $600-700. Now the stops, our members know how to use this. If the 1 minute, if they come in on the 1 minute and try to get in the direction of the five, if the 1 minute turns completely around, confirms long, they would certainly exit. They may have other exits that they looking at. Also, too, they could be losing this little center point here around 3890.23 or so thereabouts. You wouldn't want to see it, above that as an idea. Now they have a host of other tools available to them that you can't all see here tonight. It's always about managing risk, even in the options market where you're buying and selling of options. Options are an added challenge because you got to get the direction right, you got to get the timing right, you got to get the volatility right so you don't overpay, but you still have to manage them, right? They're much more difficult to manage because usually they're stretched over days or weeks, and it's really difficult to do mechanically. You can do it mechanically, but you can't do it robotically that well because they're not that liquid. But here we can do this with a machine, minute by minute. It's a beautiful thing. And you can see this little 5 minute, not 5 minute, excuse me. It's taken 5 minutes, but this little long on oil, this is not the start of probably anything. I mean, it's possible, but this is what we would call a counter trade to the five. Our members would more than likely blow that off. So we just erase that, and they would just blow that off and wait for it to go short again and try to go in the direction of the five. So oil's getting some volatility in here, but again, not possible to give you a complete in-service, and you are on delay. So courtesy of a YouTube. So I wouldn't be trying to trade this. It's just for an educational view of what others might be or what we're up to anyways, a little bit of a peek. Folks, we need to say goodnight to YouTube. Have a great week. Maybe we'll see you later in the week.